Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Saw these worlds, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Ride the rails through the light, express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet, every level can be beat. Glowing worlds at her hands, bright horizons, tech and sound. Magic voyage all around. 8-bit journey, pride and bold, salvage story to be told. Digital heart full of pride, in this world she can't hide. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day. Level up, break through the walls, every move she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way, through the night and into day.
Welcome aboard, everybody! How are we all doing today? There we go. Now I should be able to be seen properly. How are we all doing? How are my passengers on Twitch? My passengers on Rumble? And my passengers on YouTube? I hope you're all having a lovely night. So we are pretty much just going to resume from where we left off. As a quick refresher, a trademark to the past, try to learn about the origins of the final days. And it seems that maybe we may have found it. Because now we are chasing after a bird, and the birds create a runoff of their... If all Hermes needs to do is listen to Medion's report, then it's his right to do so. But once he receives the answers to his questions, what then? The fate of the world may very well hinge upon the choice he makes in that moment, and we must be there when he makes it. Why, Hermes? Why could he not leave well enough alone? Please answers assuage the pain that you feel when the creation is returned to the ether. never cast your cursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Paging the messenger. Little Days is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Catissus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. For now, savvy? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Catissus Hyperborea, we go. Now, I didn't want you guys to know that I knew about food with me. So I will be munching on that throughout the night. But yeah, how are you guys doing? I hope you're all having a lovely weekend. We had a really good stream last night. And I'm pretty sure the Rumble bot got cut off at the very end. I'm pretty sure it did. We'll try not to reach 6.5 hours again tonight. I think the only way I'd be able to like keep those bots longer than that is if I have Rumble Premium, and I don't have it at the moment. Okay, I gotta move this thing over a bit. Give me a moment, chat. I have a steering wheel that I use for the driving sims. And right now, I have it on this little storage spot on my desk. But it's like really bumping into me. Okay, I think we should be good. I felt not out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? I mislike the look of this. Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catissus? Mistress Finette, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows or prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catissus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes is doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of damping magic straight over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catissus scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else has weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business at Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that and feeling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. And you will put that talent of yours to good use. You are fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Tis my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Amatsu, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Oh yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent, that should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Sally, so it's only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through the Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Now, Jack, as with every story required dungeon that we do, I need to make it known that the first time that we do it through the duty support. This way I can show you guys how the fights are, as well as explore any lore that might be there. And then after our first completion, every other time that we do that dungeon, with the exception of the trust system, we will be doing it with players. Now, the reason why is that if you were to just deal with players directly the first time around, they just zoom right through. But granted, the community is known to actually wait for people to have yet to see the stuff. But still, it just feels like a bit too fast sometimes, and at least this way I could control the pace through the first time around. So yeah. Also, after we finish up with the Elpis area, I'm gonna look into getting some new gear. Ooh, that's pretty. Look at that, so many biomes in such a close proximity to each other. Ooh, and that's music. Yeah. Oh yeah, so before we started streaming, I had a quick look around. And apparently I have enough nuts to buy some armor. And I felt like, okay, I'll do that on stream.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
For example, here's some law right here. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more, for at Catissus Hyperborea, our mission is to determine the answer. From temperate plains to tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creation stand of proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answers to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will cover. Hey!
Pick off.
How could I have altered my cartridges here? I also want to apologize because right now there's a lot of them outside. They gotta keep an eye on what's happening around me.
Pick off.
Oh. The fact that he's actually destroying parts of the inside too. Just to keep us from me killing.
I see you over there.
What the hell happened to my right? whatever happened, it happened on the other Rebel Studio screen. Let's see what's going on there. Ah, okay. I wonder what happened there. Give me a moment to have a bite. Oh, those are kind of cute, not gonna lie. But yeah, snowmen, basically. Vincent Champanita, huh? And Trick here. And water? Huh. Well, I guess a Banano's B2 version has some spells apparently. M itself knows the ancient versions of spells. Hey!
Have a taste.
I'm not entirely useless.
Ah, interesting.
I see you opening.
Be gone.
Trying to confuse us with this.
Ease up.
I didn't see. Okay. That's kind of a cute name for that door, not gonna lie. He says logically just 3.
Out of my way. Speak off. Speak off.
Oh, that's cool that I could see the some stuff down there. Yeah, this must be like the observation platforms.
I warn you. Stay away.
So my main complaint with the duty support is the fact that I cannot influence which mobs the NPCs go after.
I see you, Elpis. I'm not entirely useless.
I run it casting. Look, there's a bit of more in here.
I see you opening. I'm not entirely useless. I see you opening.
Be gone!
I'm not entirely useless. I see you opening.
But yeah, I do wish that, the FFXIVs were like a slightly more buff, like maybe like 5% more buff. According to Mistress Lusa, our creation is based on a concept for a bipedal look, and indeed, it is impressively manlike in its gait. Not bad. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes give the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. I must make mention of this in the next report. I must be talking about the creature that we just killed. You know, I'm kind of curious now which one of those agents is responsible for the snare balls. Hello, Chieflet.
I'm not entirely useless.
My way.
Okay, what do we have in here? Is that an upgrade? It is an upgrade, look at that! How the fuck? Did they just do like a dual limit break? Well, if that's the case, how the hell did they do that?
my way.
This is intimidation. It's not gonna intimidate me.
I see you opening.
The emphasis of maiming. I wanted this little lore thing about that one now. Hey,
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
Have at you!
now I do want to remind you guys that right now in the story, we are basically in the past. Because we're trying to find the source to the final base. So granted, it was told to us that we are going to be returning to our particular road regardless of what happens here. Meaning that everything that we do here is canon now, and it has no effect on what has already happened. One thing I'd like to think of is maybe we have affected the future, but not our future though. Meaning our actions here have basically generated a whole new universe. One that we won't have access to. But it will give us answers at least. And who knows, maybe this stuff has already happened in our timeline. Like, let's think of it this way. Could it be that maybe we are just in a time loop? Where what happened here is basically canon to what is going on? And the actual history does have us coming here. Oh, this is high up. But yeah, maybe the actual canon is the warrior like was here at one point.
For they're expunged from existence.
Well, maybe that's why it was said that regardless of what we do, it won't change the future.
I see you opening.
Be gone!
Oh! We have one of these as a bell.
Have a taste.
Out of my way.
Stand firm.
Sorry, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me! Leash's brand, unleash your power!
Oh, I'm gonna hit. I got hit.
Tossing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain!
What? Oh, god damn it.
Out of my way.
Okay, so I thought it was gonna be something else that was doing that. I guess I gotta watch my surroundings a bit more.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me!
I know quite a what I'm looking for now, at least.
Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall as rain!
I'm not entirely useless.
Oh, I see, okay.
I'm not entirely useless. Out of my way.
Have a taste. Have a taste.
I guess I should have kept them.
Streams of ether, surge as one!
I see you happening.
It's a lot better this time around, that's for sure.
Dancing winds, pierce my foe!
I see you happening.
God damn, that's controlled, damn it. I was holding shit.
Out of my way.
I was holding down shit from my control.
High, fall as rain!
By my name, I shall decide all. By my
Even when transformed,
decide all.
but I am not finished yet.
By my name, I shall
Have a
decide
taste.
all.
Level 92 now.
No! My power!
Okay, we also learned some new stuff apparently. There must have been upgrades. Or maybe it was just the traits. Ah, here it is, Great Nebula. Reduces damage taken by 40. Additional effect increases maximum HP by 20 and restores the amount increase. Oh, wow! That shop got to drop off what you could to my stream? Oh wait, are you saying that you raided me? I had no idea that there was a raid. Is that what happened? I'm still near the rumble, so I don't even know what the raid stuff looks like. Oh, you did! I'm sorry, I didn't notice that it was a raid. I'm so sorry. Oh, welcome anyway, there's some Jameson's place. Yeah, I'm right at the tower. A bit quiet and Elpis. Yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even see the thing. Like, I'm using the I'm using the robot thing, and I don't have the scene set up because for whatever reason can't see them. So I had no idea that a raid even happened. I'm sorry. No, I appreciate it. For those of you that are new here, would this probably be everyone. I'm Sally. I'm the conductor of the Train Express. We do games that we get to relax to as well as RPGs. But yeah. Like again, like I'm trying to get something for Rumble to help me be aware of like alerts like that. I don't know why Rumbot it refuses to see the scenes I'm trying to use here. Got to play in the future with me? Awesome! But yeah, like I had the raids thing set up for Twitch at least. Wait, is that cut off? That's cut off. Why is that cut off? Yeah, why is that cut off? Hold on, let me put this to 600 with... What is the size that the Rumbot is using for that? Do I go here? No. Oh wait, no, that is where, okay. But yeah, still, thank you, I do appreciate the raid, even if I wasn't aware that it was a raid at first. But yeah, I hope that you and the passengers that came at you all have a lovely night with us tonight. Maybe I should just have the normal Rumble chat box up instead of the Rumble Live, the Rumbot chat window up. So let me go pull that up then. And I'll put that next to the YouTube chat that I have over here. I mean, I could just have the chat all be, coming in from Rebel Studio. Because that is what I'm using to stream with this thing. Oh yeah, so hopefully with me having it like this, it'll be better. I'll still see like all the rants and whatnot. Okay, what else did I learn? Nebula Mastery, okay, so that must be a trait. It is, okay. Oh, it's just upgrade 60, okay. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Oh, hello, Chitem! You learned that drugs are bad. Okay, oh. Yes, Mr. Mahi.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry, but that I could have listened to your report in full, reflected upon its meaning, and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savour in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Elpis, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Elpis.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind?
God damn it, Hermes.
You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, it does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of MSQ of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events, and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to MSQ and Hyphodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Oh boy.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
What pumpkin sound?
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world.
You know, this is probably the reason why they
This
could
fight
never figure out what
is
happened.
Our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Almost! Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
a tracking spell, I think.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Oh boy.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, MSQ.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go Argos!
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet...
I don't think that would be the case. Well, sure, in this game, it's probably the roads that the Mythia did go to at least. But that won't be the entire universe.
I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go. Ere she made her escape, I placed a enchantment upon her. One shot allows us to follow trail. She has already outermost bounds of Theris. It continues her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
What becomes of the others, I wonder.
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Catisus Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Isn't the echo to the Phenomena places?
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. as you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... well, we still have a long, long way to go.
Wow, that's still being cut off. I just noticed that. How big is this ovary that robot's making for that? I assume that all recovered. I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely that he will create more intellectuals. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the Meteor would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Wait. Thou must live, die, and go. The gnat is watching you in quiet contemplation. Tavi, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Amitsoc and Hephaestus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. But it means that our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. They must fight this battle in your age and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors are properly on. Now I put on a fat chocolate. Hello. So I think next time that we do a Final Fantasy 14 stream, we're just gonna be doing a blue quest. Blue quest as well as leveling. Cause I gotta get more of my tank jobs up there. Look, it's a unicorn. But yeah, our next Final Fantasy 14 will be doing blue quests mainly for the ether currents. As well as unlocks. And then on another stream, we're just gonna be doing like state form and does I want to get like I want to get the required like bi-colored gems so that we can get some of the items from the various gemstone traders. But another items like trading cards, the writing map. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking with her, so we'll cut into a planned sequence.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yes, this is where we part ways. Because we now have our answer to the final days.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us.
You know, this also brings up another thing. One of Heidel's plans was for the inhabitants of Atheris to jump ship, essentially, to another realm. And in cases like that, if Atheris is consumed by the final days, what's stopping Meteon from continuing her soul and bringing it elsewhere?
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friend's memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
And the next time that she meets us is when she is effectively granting us her blessing. For in the future. No, a lot of this must have been one of the researchers here. Why else would he remember
From
us
this
being
day
there?
forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith! We bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
Oh, I think this is actually the same. I was gonna say, but now turning to Eidolon.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Theo.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
We're back in the Crystal Tower. Now then, we have our answer on what made the final days. Chat, what did you guys think of that scene? The whole scene. I think maybe it was us witnessing Vanna turning into Eidolon. They've been never turning up exactly when needed, and this was no exception. Tavi, impeccable timing as always. I'd heard that you were often the first part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some key developments. You know, I'm actually curious. How much time has passed in a source during our time in Elpis? Which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. As the heavens burn. Now you and Crow both have news to share. Hers is perhaps the more urgent. Oh, have you learned more in the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Sons are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alcine and Alphanal have been traveling all over. Of all the regions that they visited, Locus Amonis is one of the worst affected. Tancred, Astidian, and Gra took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Strola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Eidolon in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Taturo and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to carry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You will also recall the proposal issued by Master Fortunel to the people of Ratzehan. Following their discussion, Rita declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hannes refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice, Esteban, and Graha traveled to Galano not long ago. Trouble is, the capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Carl mode. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortunel. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shells went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Savvy. Please, you must help them. Either will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Jump Broken Glass was their first protocol, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you had best take every possible precaution. Well, before we go there, let's get some gear like I said I would. Though you could use an upgrade for our stuff. Well, it's 8 o'clock already? Damn. Well, 7:50, but still. That took a while, didn't it? Okay, let's get the armor first. That just leaves the weapon. I picked up some bounties before stream, so we could also do those if we need to. Damn. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is it 7? Oh, it's this one right here, okay. Now the gear that we weren't wearing, I'm gonna save that for our other tank jobs. Let's see, I did pick up... Okay, yes I did. Yeah, why was I just drawn up like there? Oh, yep, that's definitely the final days. This place was, primed for it. Anyways, let's see. Oh, hey, we got this one. And this, okay, so I've got 2 here. Because I do want to get the back done blade. I want to do this first. I think one of them is in the area over here. And was it this one? Yeah, that one I think is over here somewhere. We're gonna do these as we get to the areas. Oh yeah, chat, I hope you're all having a lovely day. Or night in this case. And they already hit it pretty hard to begin with. And we're gonna hit it even harder now. Okay, up there in the corner. That's one thing I do like about the bounties is that they tell you the general area that you can find them. And the bounties are also a good way to get yourself geared up. It might not be like current, it might not be like the current tier of items and whatnot. Like it may be like the previous tier. And of course the Paladins will get the best tier for their respective eras. Minus the savages. This should be over here somewhere. Okay, I see one. The fact that they have like these things. What the hell have the girlies been doing? Seriously, that's like a bit, that's a bit creepy, not gonna lie. Okay. You know, another thing that we could use to help figure out if we had, like, bounties in the area is to open up the recommendations window and go to the HUD. And it'll tell us what mobs you have as bounties. Oh, that was like an inverted lighting. That'll be not a moment too soon. The skies over ground mode are ablaze, but it's the event on the ground that concerned me. As you will have heard, the fellow swords arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops at the Magna Glacias that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust that you are ready to depart. Okay, so we have like a long set of cutscenes as well as some fights apparently. Earlier on the Magna Glacias. Oh.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not to save you when we fled.
Oh, that's not good.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
You're just standing there? Come on, Ben. At least find somewhere defensible.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Oh, wait, fighting has.
As you wish, my little lord.
Hey! Oh, okay. Okay.
Our commander needs attention. See to the wound.
Help is at hand.
Leave it to me.
No, that's not good.
Those who
entrance down. Come with me.
Easy now. Deep breaths. You're safe now.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Oh, we got faith in here. Yeah, that's quite a beating. Yeah, I think I had quite a beating.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Oh boy.
I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Hey, look at that! The remnants of the 10th.
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid. For once. We can speak of it more later. For now,
We must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Now that's a turnaround.
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Ah, sod that! You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
Okay, who am I
So
fighting?
long as you
Oh, hi,
spare me
Peaches!
the heroic sacrifices.
My cat came to say hi.
Now, let's go!
Okay. So we got multi-combo thing here. Okay.
I'm fine.
I was on a in meteor, so though.
Today.
chat, I hope you guys are having a good night so far.
I'm not done yet.
Nothing to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
That was like a whole mini boss.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Hi, Peaches.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Oh boy, another one. Wait.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them! Not a one! This will be a brighter future! I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
You really smacked it hard, huh?
Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
The place is in chaos and I'm just walking in. This is precisely why you should never skip your squat regimen.
I can look after myself,
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
No, does this one have a similar moveset, or is it a different moveset?
Oh, a trio for the ages. Just the beginning.
Similar moveset.
I had a feeling I'd find you. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Way to float there. You know, I kind of hope that the NPCs also benefit from positional. Oh, that didn't even hurt that much. Yeah, that thing didn't even hurt that much.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
Oh, got another one. What?
More of them.
Huh, that's unexpected.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
He's not causing us trouble?
That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
for nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You.
He really doesn't care.
You bastard! For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
So much story tonight.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer.
But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
Oh, right, we are in the Magna Glacier still. I kind of forgot about that.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Yeah, that took quite a bit. She's, standing there so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by the words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Outside help, Lucia's taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I like that uniform.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. You, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
Oh, you guys are in for a treat.
Did you hear something just now?
Does elaborate. Why is he looking like a zombie? So I was putting my
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
hyena cold.
It is heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of us as I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, what did you do here? What's that? You're cold.
I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
He's suffocating.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Etheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous, more so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before
before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Well, that's a good step in the right direction.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperids made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
May thy disciples manage the darkest of nights.
I am no esteemed philosopher of Eld. Nevertheless, 'tis my hope that what little knowledge I shared shall serve them well, and perchance help save us all.
Also, sorry, my cat's just being adorable. Give her some scritches.
Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Oh my gosh, this can be such a stupid, funny look. I want to share that picture later on the station Discord. Oh, we're back and it's foggy. Oh, don't you unlock the take part in getting at him? I guess yourself another step sightseeing lock on your person. You wouldn't happen to be an adventurer, the adventureman niece wrote about, would you? So it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babette Ironheart, militant and seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Nil told me all about how she helped you embark on an exploration of your own. So it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. This should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable district that Rome has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors. Some describing the locals so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journeys these hints take you on. That sightseeing love here is one to itself, you know? And now snowing. At Thursday, Master Fortuna was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Highland's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest that we return to the Annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. No, I want to at least get the MSQ progressed up to the point of getting into the next area. I want to at least get up to that point. Let's see. Can I get that thing yet? No, I'm still short. I was never called to begin with, but still. That jog is great. In his chat, it is almost 9 o'clock. How are you all doing tonight? I hope you're all having a lovely night. If you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube or Rebel, hit the follow or the subscribe button. And make sure you leave a like as well. Not done complaining, Ariandra, but I was expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee, and extolling the virtues of a thirst that did inadvertently awaken in the operative desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Rhea tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing effort. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heido and Elpis flower lead? And then we give them the fantastical tale. And this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akusa are the one and the same, this all but proves Nidhano's theory. We're in eternity, through the sheer force of emotion. Oh, we're an entity through the sheer force of emotion to channel this vast, storming reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, such an entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamics of the great expanse. Meteon. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for the single purpose, the destruction of the Theorists. That our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vina, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vina you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager the Heidelin possesses the knowledge that we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee at Paris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? The Vanilla I know would never give up. That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. Tell what's the second condition. We must find means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Oh, excuse me. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not, though we enlisted the help of Ehrenvold and other Echo Plus allies. We couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. Sorry about that. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, though closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Their father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking it seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. My cat is being so cute. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes on this notice, but it's like we discussed at the grand work, when faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant, they fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. 'Twas Highland's commandment that in the event Zodiac should perish, the Loppers were to deliver the people of Ethereus from harm. Though that may be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled to the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Though that was much quicker response than I was expecting. As to know, our efforts on the Lightning Glaciers didn't go unnoticed. Others granted us the opportunity that we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal. There's only one way to find out, to the rostra. I hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The rostra reminds me a bit too much of the supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. I don't blame you, Totaro. I don't blame you at all for that. I still remember that. Where you got accused of being a heretic and then... thankfully they allowed you to name me champion to, restore your honor. But then it didn't help when you ambushed me later on for an outfit. After you left the girl on the look, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to retitle and using the Elpis flowers. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Engenyo and is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Dr. Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as the custodian of the Anti-Tower, which would presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company, you understand? After sending girl out in a stadium back to Galamon, I stayed in Locus Monish for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of final days. You wouldn't believe the difficulties we had overseeing the evacuation of the villages that we visited. I have faith the detachment we left behind will continue to our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found and a road coming to an end. To think the Crystal Tower of the First is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into a distant past. The events that you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of dear friends in a future I unnamed, was selfless on effort, so the 8th Umbral Calamity averted, in this timeline at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Ethereus now. You know, Gra, you bring up a good point there. The future that your current soul is from. Yeah, that's not happening anymore on this timeline. But the Crystal's Tower still remains over at the First. So we have like... what's the word, there's like different timelines merging together. In like certain ways. Honestly, look, let's be honest though, chat. Let's be grateful that Square Enix did not dwell that much into... They did not go that far into time travel with this game. So let's just be grateful for that, because when you bring time travel into the mix of things, unless you put severe limits on it, time travel as a lore mechanic in detail, it can just become so messy. So damn messy. So like, if they allow the lore to be changed, just by picking up a book, for example, and then bringing it elsewhere, that could easily become so much of a huge mess. So it's a good thing they decided to keep it as a tight thing. And the example that Endwalker has used, I would say that is probably in the form of a time loop. Where, if in the future we go back in time again and witness ourselves going through there, it's probably going to be something like that, maybe. But then again, we've already had hints that something like that was gonna happen. I mean, look at Argos, for example. He was excited seeing us. And then when we went back in time to when Argos supposedly first saw us, he was so, like, unsure about us. And then you also had Elodidus hinting that he saw us there. Meaning he must have been one of those researchers there. The forum is in session, and as such, the rostra is closed to visitors. The sign-in haven't gone. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. I thought we'd just go on anyways. Huh? Why did they want us to wait at this portion of the corridor? Unless it's going to that room right then. But yeah, when you do put time travel into the mix of anything, unless you keep it like very tight, it will easily become a mess.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. And by your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus. You may enter.
If you aren't inside the door yet, there I am with my gunblade a bit. Oh no, it's actually off, okay. I'm just so used to seeing it there.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radz-at-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Charlian citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavner, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven Hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on two conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field does not not benefited from a change in perspective. When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. Call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
I'm not able to count that so fast.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
Call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Good chat, you guys enjoying the story? I am. There's been a lot of story tonight. It's a huge difference compared to the amount of running around that we were doing yesterday. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communing with Tidal and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves at the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. You hear that, chap? He volunteered us to solve something that we just now learned about. Down on the ground, Fortuna's ability to maintain a stiff upper lip is being thoroughly tested. As instructed, I shall take heed to see the ether burner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust that you can make it on her. I trust that you can make your own way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthios. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Did they just teleport? Well, yeah, chat, I hope you guys have been having a lovely night so far and been enjoying the story. You know that we're somewhere else? Oh, okay. Okay, so the cave and over there, okay. God damn it, mouse. I don't want to ride this. But yeah, I hope you guys have been having a lovely night. And enjoying the story. What's going on over there? Huh, okay. Hello, miss! What did you miss? A lot of story. We completed what we started yesterday. Then the apocalypse decided to spread. And now we gotta figure out how to, improve the spaceship's afterburner. Story's getting wild, man. But yeah, we're no longer in the past. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The form in the system has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and has the Philian take you to the medial circuit. Look at that, we can finally use this. It's just a teleport. But still. Send your associate to head to Logisticon Alpha on the other side of Merrill Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I have been meaning to... No, never mind, it can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Oh, I don't know what he was about to say. I guess we're going further south then. Oh yeah, how you doing, Mass? I hope you're having a lovely night so far. Oh, also, I did some work on the VOD session of the YouTube channel. I'm gonna have to look to see if Rumble supports playlist. But on the YouTube channel that we have here, I have finally managed to get a lot of our videos put into playlists. Naturally, the biggest playlist that we have is the Final Fantasy one, which this one's getting added to it as soon as it's done. But yeah, so like a couple of the series, a couple of the VOD series that we have now, they're now on the YouTube channel, like as proper playlists. Oh, this place looks nice. It's a bit open, but it looks nice. It could use a little bit more light though. And maybe some like decorations on the walls. We had to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthias are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. How the fuck did they manage that? By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind. When you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It's all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world to grow and near to their wonders. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Lockbirds in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean guardians of Labyrinthias, the lunar prison floors that contain the ancient zodiac, the habitations built for all mankind, beneath the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. Just no mere coincidence. Ever since Heidelin unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetherius, every essential resource that we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Lockbirds have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you all to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Four, Mithril. You will prove yourselves worthy of the trust, your trust. Then let us proceed. island gets you onto a new area. Old zone, new area. By decree of the forum, the side of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. The heater burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kakol Danko, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss particulars this way. Oh, chat, there's a theme that we're about to see. If you've been with us for a long time with this playthrough, it'll be a really touching scene. Also, I'm just going straight to that etherite that's up there first. Yeah, for those that don't know about this zone is underground. There's an artificial sun up there. Huzzah! We don't read this wolf. So yeah, we have to head south. There's also a meteorite over there on the other side. You can almost see it from here if it weren't for the building. No, I don't remember if that thing was over here or if it was elsewhere. But I think it's like within this leg of the story.
I could swap around. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Fox, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
You know, I just thought of something. Say the Exodus works and they find a place to habitat. A new place to inhabit. Will they still be able to manipulate the ether like they do here? And would it work differently on wherever they move to?
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You're trying to drive me mad!
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalaman's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ins like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though.
I think I know where an Allegan satellite is.
We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Oh, specialized
Drive
pieces, huh?
cores from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
Don't let it go and fetch the Lotsits.
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option.
I don't remember that choice actually being there on my other character. Because I didn't do the Bahamut stuff until after I completed the leveling portion at the time. And because we've done like a good portion of it on this character now, it's nice to see that little option there.
Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously. Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
So it's actually really nice that they're putting little story bits here that reference the past actions if we did them.
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Magical artifacts of Allegan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Offord that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? This plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Sharlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
It's nice to have friends in far places. To be complete isolationist like Charlene has been. Wait, why is Ixion over there? Gross. When did that become a male? When was there an Ixion now? Ugh. Yesterday we find a Clouded Darkness style mount. Today we find an Ixion one. times like these that we're reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link bro conversation. As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contract of my own that might be worth a charge. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Hoda.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and brass blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberg will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Gizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transactions. I wish you the joy of it. The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth?
This is an interesting rendition of answers.
That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Namo, 17th in the line of Ur, bid you good luck and good speed.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud,
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
oh, look at this!
In that case, Might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalima.
Meanwhile, on Cortes.
There you are! We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone is already... a roar! A dragon's roar!
What is staring at the dragons? Meanwhile, in the Ruby City.
And so, in
Oh.
summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honourable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the Divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
No job too small. Alfredo is resisting the urge to pat himself on the back. Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else that we might do to be of service? You've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about Algan technology. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. only Master Kokon knew how right he was. Well, he and Graha established a report. Why don't we help with preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond in terms of our agreement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse. And if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the Adventite. Well, hey, you bunch of helpful buggers. If you've a mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and him is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help that they can get. So then, off we go. That was a long scene. Like, I'm not gonna deny it, that was a really long scene. From what I can tell, a lot of the people actually lived on here. I don't know how much help you can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some of that fresh inspiration Skylark Matsude mentioned. Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. Let's meet by the Etherite once our work is done. Oh, there's a blue quest here. Oh, hello. Are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Ether Runner? Oh dear. I heard things had come to a standstill, not friend. Even so, I choose that over my current duties. Checking and loading samples day in, day out is tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will come across if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The firm's got enough on their plate as it is, but with deciding who gets to board the Ark and when, well, the powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? They may have forgotten what sleep is. Helping with the heart? Even with all the power Master Cole's managed to squeeze out of the Ether Burner, is still not enough apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived, horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the Exodus sooner. People are dying and there'll be no end to it if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Offering help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents by myself. This mostly listed the things that we'll need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. My duties largely concern the maintenance of lighting conditions, so I'll be a lot busier after we depart. I hear that our new collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person after having communicated with them in such a limited capacity such far. To be perfectly honest, I'm not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. Why, I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that beheaded rabbit that ran by. Like the beheaded blopper that ran by. Yeah, they are. Fancy meeting you here, Savvy. Our friends in the Florida brought us here to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which is quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magic. What we're really interested in is the Earth itself, though we now find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears that they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do until we chance upon Oriander and their good self. Since you're both dawdling about and getting in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? Wise guides. Try as he might, Oriander cannot free himself of the leopards. The Tora Labyrinthios? An unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities between this artificial environment and Bestlia's barrels, it would be in our best interest to have the leopards acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlene collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. It may have thou art better suited to lead this venture. What a marvelous idea! Will we begin with that great big monster over yonder? Ah yes, the monster. I shall leave his explanation to Savvy. Wait, what thing wants it? What wants it? What monster are they talking about? I thought this thing have no idea what that is. Is that a water tower? Goodness me, to build on and so large without creation magics is positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to its most important features. Touch the apparatus for points of potential interest. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Okay. So I think it's... okay. Yeah, I think this is a water tower. That looks like the tree is in greatest landfall. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. That would make sense. That's where they store the water. Yeah, I was right. This must be the pump. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because those cogs sit in that gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they draw up the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it too. Huh, it's a little hard to see from here, but is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. This must be for purifying water drawn up from below. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I know it. Brilliant design in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install, and even the harshest environments, for us operatives, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that peoples over there sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Many settlements in Finland are built near an oasis, that's true. Areas near waterfalls are common sites for villages in Europe, then yet that's also true. There's no wrong answer here. This one's probably the more accurate though. At least in regards to the subject that they're asking about. So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh, if there ever, you won't be able to procure the necessary amount. You can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we'd anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we've calculated the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they have obtained their water in the first place. That's where Alpna spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Master Roberts will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Ah, yes, that's undoubtedly splendid. It must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet. I shall lead the way. Then you mean we'll have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help but notice the many dangerous-looking creatures of big, nasty teeth lurking beyond the safe confines of the settlement. Though we're not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would have become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big, nasty teeth, loppers may appear to be a potential and rather appetizing source of substance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Ground Way to thy care. The more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, girl, wait. To the water extraction, what's it? Okay, so what's the purpose of this particular set of MSQ class? Is it just to act as filler to simulate time passing by for everyone to do their tasks? Well, thank you so much. I really hope this water trash and monster is worth these harrowing experiences. Well, part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp with that if it's all the same to you. You know, I kind of think that maybe we should have offered them a ride on a horse bird. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logistic on Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift stop. Pray, follow me. I hope you guys are having a nice, relaxing night so far. And I hope that you've been enjoying the story. You've had quite a bit of stories progress today. Marvelous, simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky that Ethereus just so happens to provide everything that you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way that they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. Agriculture, sure. Cooking away is eager for a change of venue, or at the very least, a change of what's it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at neuroergonomics. As I imagine Singing Way and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriancho's told me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention that theirs will soon be no more. So I must learn all I can while there is still time. Let us brook no further delay. Okay, chat, once I get down, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom. Okay, chat, let me be right back because I gotta use the bathroom. Okay, I have returned. The chittering aside, I returned. This is the place, yes? The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I've spotted several different vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to farmers' crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to pirate a few samples? I suppose if they did put me in that pie, I could just eat my way out. Wait, they get quite hot inside, don't they? And second thought, let's stick to the plan for now. Yeah, this has to serve as a filler to simulate the time passing for everyone else. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here, up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the form decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Hello, Blue! Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, I've been waiting for the final days to pay well. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones that we can take may not survive in the new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. You merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if you may. By all means, help yourselves. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? How you doing, Blue? I hope you've been having a good night so far. Well, I know what these are. Crepes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. Just chilling, that's good to hear. So sweet, so sour. It tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? Well, all these are like kind of poor choices. Actually, no, this one sounds good actually. Top is good, middle is mid-show, bottom is eh. To me. Eh? An expression of indifference, I assume. In all fairness, our compendium did note that they are valued more as an ingredient for spirituous beverages, rather than as a fruit for regular consumption. Anyway, That's enough of that grapes for the time being. On to the next tree. And these grapes are also infamous. These grapes are also infamous. And the reason they're infamous is back when Endwalker first released, you noticed how the grapes here had a lower quality than ones in the previous expansion. So much that they became a meme. And the meme was... the meme got so popular that there's even official merchandise of it. In the form of stickers, I think, but yeah. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Ah, yes, that's... yeah. But equal parts sweet and sour, as with the grapes, get nothing alike. I may have to consult Ariadne about extending my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter. This is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation. Let no one say I said otherwise. Yeah, but speaking of carrots, I'd get to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's natural over there. You know, we have music that's supposed to denote something serious going on, and here we are doing a field trip. That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No. Those are pumpkins. No? In any case, proper nomenclature is less than a concern than a taste. Ugh, it's so hard and flavorous. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. Thus, that all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as godly carrots. Stop, you can't eat these. Can you see these are pumpkins? No one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. You'd not find it an awful bother. But I found that cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plain matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder though, is there anything even more delicious? How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Oh, you eating a banana? Wait, no, this ain't banana. What is this? Oh, lemon, I think. What a wondrous fragrance! With luck, you'll have a flavor to match. As I have no idea how these are eaten, we'll just bite into it. Yeah, my tongue, it's just poison. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may be some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I just can't enter this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Yeah, you're not supposed to eat the lemon raw. It's definitely used as my condiment, at least in my experience. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking? I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges. Less so the pumpkin, though. I learned the hard way that they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Haha, first time, was it? I'd hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one. So I gave you this lemon muffin by day. If this doesn't change your mind, opinion, nothing will. Why, lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to... Oh, a bit of sick came up there. Learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. This is... delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed this wild bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chef, this is simply breathtaking. See, you rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the form agonize over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but to make them we must if we're to survive. Such strength of will. No, I know what Heidelin seasoned their kind. Mankind, the Loprits, we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancient. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. Just the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you anyway? Cooking while you're at your service. I'm here to help prepare for this trip to the moon. And once I get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the rarest species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go see if Oriandra and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? And we got so many feats I've gotta do. I don't know yet how to get at full speed here. There's gonna be so many feats that we have to do. Four areas? That can't be right. Is that really how many areas were added? Huh. There must be some pretty big areas then. And if it's just like that many, unless there's more that's not showing up on that list. But yeah, in order for us to get those mouse speed bonuses, I think for Shadowbringers and onwards, we have to do like the shared fate things here. I think it was a shared fate. Wait, why is there like no pages for this? What, did they change that? Did they change that to only need the current expansion? Okay, so the Ethic currents I understand. Huh? No input to display your labyrinthus? What? Did I not get any here? Yeah. This is most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Actually, yeah. Yeah, Slominsa. What I had the time to visit, the more I learn of Ethers, the more I wish we could spare us from the final days. Alas, Hadwin's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Sage Council. Oriandra appears to be tallying the lockwords in preparation for an imminent departure. Savvy, I trust that time at Miro Arcanox did, Deathrill. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. Don't doubt our guest's relentless pursuit of knowledge. could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlie and Ham forthwith. I shall gallantly attend to each and every leopard there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Oh. I would assume that they're off over there now. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. You teleport to this place and then the first thing that you feel is your feet getting wet. Whose idea was to put this thing in a fountain? Seriously, whose idea was it to put this in a fountain of all things? Seriously, just imagine the discomfort. Yes, Savvy, that was indeed me verbalizing your side to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for it there, so, Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first one was purple. What? Gasp, I say. With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard to achieve so little. Don't be so hard on yourself, Gone Way. But at all, thy works are no less worthy of their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Tancred. How didst thou fare? Though I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. And we can hardly tell them that there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our good Gone Way, you may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. With me, being used to people, I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. I just say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed over mopping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. My kid is being very affectionate right now. Hi, Peaches! He's nuzzling my hand and such. It's as good a place as any. Come. You best go with him. I don't think Urianger misjudged him, but Groundway did look like he could use some emotional support. I still have work to complete elsewhere. I just I won't return to find any leopards in tears. can I help you? It is you who would help me. My anxiety truly so obvious. A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellas did look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's someone decades of Australian ingenuity that is built with peerless elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. You've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests that we run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be on board the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And what if it doesn't? It can fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything that we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether buyer's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. You are familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatial temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the start? Haha, gravitation! Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos, rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Hi, Peaches, I see you sitting next to me again. You're my sweet girl, you know that, Peaches? Yeah, I think it's totally true. Still others that benefit from insights born of experience. My head prevail upon thee. My head prevail upon the loppers to attend them. An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people over theirs, and learn more about them while we're at it. Oh, glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Davi, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall with them here that I might introduce each a suitable operate. Oh, I do look forward to that. A place for every leper and every leper in their place. Apologies, but I'm awaiting delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. I guess now we're just running around looking for people that might need help. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it out there, but The searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God's knows what, lit by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. I've been confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. None up there. How may I help you? My, what a lovely idea! I do notice people becoming rather tense, so I rush out to pluck some fresh and friggin' tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. She's doing better than I am. Lots of assistants rampant gone off to atomic this. Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that heat levels are constant throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I still have to do single-handedly. Shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear, I will not find those assistants of mine. The Loppers are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2 different times already and haven't something weeks, lazy sods. Oh, they are a bit stubborn, so they might. My face was on the line. Oh, perhaps I am a bit tense. I was just ensuring that the proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make a decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loppers in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself may offer some clue as well. Well, I'm having some issues talking tonight. What the heck? Oh? Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm intending to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer chips should the Yita brother make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brain will turn inside out. But perhaps our looter associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. Yes, you, the idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying about? This episode refuses to give me This imbecile refuses to give me the alchemy I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. It would be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the loppers. What did they sell him anyways? Okay. The end of the road was nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such a temperamental things. Feasible one moment, utter blow, deluxe. And yet I've never felt so alive. Sir, this one is beyond your help. Always sit consider now. She was doing the Namazu dance. What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I did not know with the assistance of our sages and chirurgans, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effect that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew for Nimbon? Why did I not think of that? Concerns? They ended up not playing running at this stage. They'll only make the work go that much slower. She seems to be coping well. Six punches of weeds on the ground, 56 punches of weed, ripple help add to the math, 55 bunches of weeds in the... Oh, I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see. But then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk and then I noticed these weeds, and... Now, plus in conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Hi, Peaches, I see you sitting there. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? If this what dying feels like. Oh, dear pardon me. I didn't see you there. There is no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. Even though we may need it apart at any moment. And if the whole light design buckles on and the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind. But that is highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Well, that would be a wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Now I gotta find one more. Can I go? Yeah, by any chance? No, I can't. Okay. Where can the... Okay, I see it. Just leave it to my misery to farm can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to palate the art if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know, the starship pilot I may speak with, surely? Well then, there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. These trees are so neatly hedged. Behold, Savvy. Through thine efforts, word hath spread through our labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number than we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more leopards as we speak. I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not fine attentions, watch over them, I prithee.
Forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Lavida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we couldn't be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am.
For context, chat. Breda was effectively, she was Ariadne's partner. And I want to say a little bit before the, Heavensward started. Thank you for the hydrate, Shadow, and the stretch. And the head cutscene. But yeah, so a little bit before Heavensward started, they were introduced to Breda, who helped us kill Nathian. And then she unfortunately perished because of said Nathian. They really hit Oriandra hard.
I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriandra, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriandra and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
Look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, she was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Okay, if I did have a criticism for this particular the story here, it is this harsh change of the music. Now that I'm giving this a bit more thought, going into this theme, after that scene, I feel like it's a little bit inappropriate. Like, if anything, I think it should have just continued with the music that was playing. Oh, Sadie, be assured that I am fine. I am. Well, glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept the kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced him alone. Heather and yarns. The call of the anxiety over Charlie and Hammett has thinned to more manageable levels. That has my gratitude for lending courage to the loppers. Not disposed to rest in their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their station. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art need an answer, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alice. As I saw, she was trapped here in an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she is less like this disco horn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing, until later. Red harpies. Those are some weird glowy harpies. Hey Shadow, how you doing tonight? I was kind of distracted with that scene going on. Why are these boxes making sounds? Savvy, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting task. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Have you all checked out a Minecraft world with a friend? Oh, nice! The Alpino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. I gotta run all the way down there. So did the new update for Minecraft release? The one that adds all the seasonal stuff, kind of? Okay, maybe not seasonal stuff, but like making it more like more natural, I guess. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Yeah, my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I'll take it to think as well. Yeah, he did tell us that you guys need help. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sorts. There's a final say as to what is included in the chef's manifest can be found here. Father included us, I suspect. The new spring update is indeed out. It released last Tuesday. Oh, okay. I wonder how far behind the plugins are for the Minecraft servers. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to introduce yourself? Oh, hush, you're lighter than you look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose they should let someone know that we finished. Theo Paladin is in the courtyard. We can report to him. What's coming out this summer? Like what's being added this summer? Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. Also, chat, we have just under an hour left now. At least if I want to avoid the blood getting cut on the rebel side. They're adding a friendly guest that becomes a 4-player mount. Okay. Yeah, I heard that you have to craft it apparently. Or it's like bone blocks and gas tiers, I think. God, it never ends, does it? Ugh, what can I do for you? You brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Sirius 110? The crates are by the entrance. The unit from another Soul's End Valley. Okay. Ah, thank you. I had expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're a foolishness children, are you not? Alpha no now, say at your service. You're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite, I've been friends with your parents since our days at the stadium. I remember when you were high, waddling hither and thither. Holy schnickies, I'm still in line? Yes, I am. So, we're only gonna be live for like maybe just a little less than an hour at this point. And my cat's being adorable. Truly, it's been some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, building your father's newest, no less. You knew our parents when we were young? What were they like? Please spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and the reams of paperwork won't furnish for submission. You can help with that in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you take one? Wait right there. You will find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost stretcher. I hope I haven't kept it waiting too long. Never mind Alpha and Analysis. I'm certain they will be back soon enough. Okay, so southern side. There we go. Are you not learning the signs of the seventh dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Well, we are. We're just waiting for the stuff to get here, so we're helping out while we wait. The nature of this paperwork is not particularly well-guarded secret, but due to how dull it is to read, will nevertheless remain largely unknown. Theo Paladin's paperwork has been in the worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other tasks, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope that you sign and succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, surely it has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stimulate your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient, I dare say you have a talent for this work. The twins' papers only needed to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will know. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. That was compromise the stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, not to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Leviard name kind of such respect in Charlene is their family storied history. You can trace your ancestry directly to those that came aboard Nienkrev's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of them myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. This why Nienkrev's pronouncement renounced the ways of war and pursued enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. I tell your grandfather's time, Archon Louis Soir looked not to Nienkrev's words, but his deeds. He asserted, in the fine steel of his peers, that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the chief mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the full civilizations that led to him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louis Soir lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlene or no. No one loved and admired their grandfather more than his son. Yet Fourcheneau could not reconcile Louis Soir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fourcheneau agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Cosno Fourcheneau's a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure that those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Okay, can I at least get to what I'm assuming is the next dungeon? Oh, you three. Yeah, surely Kakol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Unfortunately, Alice and I have practical limits, and we have been delayed too long as it is. What about you, Savvy? Can you spare the time? Perfect, this shouldn't take long. Once forged, an unspecified task awaits you. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Cacol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to Abel at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Cacol's forge to burn hotter. This set me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow's fire aspect of the ether labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed a G. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you and Charlie and him once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. Okay, so, I've always said that the company of Euro's bit of the story was a slog. And I think this portion of the story is also a slog now. It's just a bunch of filler. You're Captain Bash? I don't know who that is. But yeah, like I've always said that the company of Heroes portion of the story was it feels like a slog because all those quests it's just like a bunch of like fetch quests and whatnot. Oh, so finally the 12 rooms. I have not played 12 yet. But I guess I'll get that soon. I have it on my Steam account, I just haven't played it yet. Maybe we'll do that after we play Incomplete Final Fantasy 13. But let's see what I was saying, Alright, yeah, so the portion of the Realmy Boring story involving the company of heroes. While it is significant lore-wise, in which the lore of that quest line, or that set of quests will help you understand why you're doing it. I feel like they could just like condense it to a couple quests at most. But yeah, that portion really feels like a slug. And this portion of the quest line that we've been doing tonight, ever since we got down here, also shows like a slog. The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect and ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect us to attract at least a few elementals, which we would both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask you to put down any that drop too near? They'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. Let's get the bird out. Oh, there's Nita turn over there. But yeah, I actually do look forward to playing Final Fantasy 12. I'm also looking forward to playing 13 as well. but that won't be happening until after we move. Cause like I gotta move first, and I feel like it'd be unfair to start a playthrough of a new game just to go onto a potential hiatus because I have to move. So I feel like it'd be unfair for you guys. So I'm just doing games that I've already been playing on the channels. Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cole will have seen a difference in his forge lanes by the time I return. Since I have you, there is nothing matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something that I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of the lag of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allegan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empires that encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist Amon. He wanted the child to see his stars. That he remembers life as Hermes. I believe he had his own reasons. There is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Asians once the Empire was all but death, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition to which they are inclined. We know with relative certainty that it was a great, gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alec that moved Aemon to resurrect Emperor Xian. The Empire's people spoke lightly of the death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xian's return, Aemon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xian been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Aemon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens can only be a means to the same end, to install a people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Aemon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyways. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough music for now. Why don't we see how Coco's got and getting on? Why was I... Oh, wait. That was like one of the themes from Heavensward, I think. Yeah, it was. another ether current. But did I pick up the first one? I did not. I saw the other one and I did not pick it up. Damn. Yeah, I can feel those flames blazing from here. Glad they found someone capable of Graham, but there's not much stuff for you all to do. Unless they can conjure up that refined animatite any faster. Bond was animatite. Conductor is, as usual, worked up over the ether burner. I do trust you to deliver on your promise, I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want the animatite and I want it now. Share your pace and patience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else that we can assist with in the meantime? I wish the city of Bethel unbearable. Pity the form frowns on recreational explosion. Now, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get it gone. I was sick to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you and Charlie and him at anon. I would at least like to get to that dungeon after this area. If I wait here, my companions are bound to turn up sooner or later.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
I think I could say that this whole, like...
If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Or at least the portion that we've done as soon as it came down to this level of Labyrinthos. All that we've done tonight, from that point to now, it just feels like filler, and to me, it's just a slog. I'm happy that they tied up at least one end. They tied up one story a bit, which was the reunion with Moonbraider's parents. But otherwise, I think they could have just reduced that.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperates, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Oh.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Well then, okay. Where's the delivery? It's all over the place. Oh hey,
I'm sure it's
I'm
very
looking at the airship.
but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
No worries, Jake. I understand that. I do appreciate you having me on, though.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinger of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. I played a vital role in keeping a lookout whilst our expeditionary forces secured the adamantite.
Okay, so you think guard duty at the entrance, okay?
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste. Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
Yeah, I recognize the Prima Vesta.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture. When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coinkeeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Elto tile, okay.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also have the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Mother!
Chameleons.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
It's like, god damn it.
However did you manage so much in so short a time? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our island.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinths. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlotte. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless, undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Oh, look, it's Alpha!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it? You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like,
And the Alchemist of the Wrecker here
we've
too.
also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyfrog thought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Probably, yeah.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. that, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer
That
was
explains the
silence,
Dragon Wars.
as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again.
Get a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power.
What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
So, it's finally turning around.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool, perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep them apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea. I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You too have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
Oh boy. Alpha is so out of place there. Lend us your strength.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
please have to speed the quest complete icon. God damn it! Anyways, I think this would be a nice spot to leave off for tonight. We had a really good scene there. So, let me just take the opportunity to say thank you to everyone that has come by. Whether you've been riding along on the Twitch, the Rumble, or the YouTube carriages, whichever place that you were at, thank you, each and every one of you, for taking out January here at least. And if you've been lucky here, thank you for being here. And for those that are actively watching, thank you as well. I greatly appreciate all of you being here. Good night, Savage. Yeah, I'm getting up for the night. But yeah, still, my Twitch passengers, my Rumble passengers, and my YouTube passengers, thank you, each and every one of you. I mean it. Let's see, who's winning at the moment? Thanks for the stream, of course. However, my Twitch passengers, the Rumble passengers are showing you guys up again. What the hell? They're showing you guys up again. Come on, guys. And I think the YouTube ones are slowly coming around too. Anyways. But yeah, you guys gotta do something about that, I swear. Anyways, regardless. So like, joking, poking fun aside, I do appreciate you all being here. Even if the Rumble carriage needs to be getting more passengers than a Twitch one these days now. But yeah, I do appreciate you all being here. Anyways, I'm gonna try to do some more Monster Hunter tomorrow. But depending on how the performance is, we may just come back to Final Fantasy instead. So I'm gonna give you guys that heads up right now. Hopefully, next time that we do this, I'm gonna do this. Next time that we do Final Fantasy XIV officially, whether that be tomorrow in the case of performance issues, or later on this coming week, I'm gonna continue up to the point where we're about to hit the next zone. And then we're gonna work on some, like, blue quest unlockables and whatnot. To, like, leveling the ether currents, etc. Anyways, as it is, thing is, it just hit midnight. So, once more, one last time, thank you all for being here. Jay Flint, if you are able to hear me, I just want to thank you for the raid on Rumble earlier. I hope that the passengers that you brought along with you have enjoyed their time here. And remember, if you guys like what you've seen, hit the follow button or the subscribe button. That goes for every platform here. Down below in the info panels on Twitch, you can find the links to our socials. On Rumble and YouTube, you can find that in the description down below as well. You can also find links to some... You can also find links to help with our moving fund as well, because I have to move. But keep in mind, that's all optional. You guys being here is just more than enough. And lastly, let's actually hit that end bit now. Thank you all for being here. I'm Savvy, the conductor of this express. Thank you all for riding with us, and I will see you all tomorrow with some more Monster Hunter, hopefully. Good night, everybody.
Electric rails light up the night, zooming fast, sparks so bright. Saw these worlds, a pixel dream. Colors flow, screen to screen. Power up hearts and stars, riding tracks, sparks flow. She's the master of this channel, controller firm in her hand. Ride the rails through the light, express conductor, take flight. Show your colors, game so sweet. Every level can stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way through the night and into day. Revel up, break through the walls. Every move, she stands tall. Pixels paint her glowing way